extremely glad you could make it today. So, today, some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Last time, Maya channeled the spirit of a dead nurse for a doctor who wanted her to admit to wrongdoing so that he would be let off the hook. But then he got killed. Stabbed and shot, was it? I'm still not sure how either of those weapons ended up in the summoning room. But the point is, Maya's up for trial, and we need to figure out how to prove she didn't do it. Will the judge accept my client was possessed by a ghost? I'm guessing not. Hi Drag, how you doing? And hi Nick as well. Right, I believe we were going somewhere to talk to someone. I don't remember exactly. Ah, we were going to show the Magatama to Pearl. That's what we were doing, I think. So to Karain Village. June 20th, Karain Village. I have to save Maya no matter what. It's her life on the line. What in the world happened in that room yesterday? Right. June 20th, Fey Manor Meditation Room. Meditation room nurtures all mediums young and old. Even mediums in training, I'd wager. But it's pretty deserted today. Yeah, the judge... We're not going to be able to get off this on a ghost to did it, are we? So I guess the question is then... Well, what happened to the murder weapons is a pretty good question. We don't have those. And then beyond that, we have a classic locked room murder. Well, not quite classic, because there were two people in there. And not just one person, but hey. Probably because of the murder yesterday. Are we going to find Pearl on the Winding Way again? June 20th, Fey Manor, Winding Way. Little Pearl isn't here today. Maybe she's at school? Or maybe she's in the side room. June 20th, Fey Manor, side room. Oh, hey! Like, hey, you're that guy from yesterday? The, dentist guy? No. No, I'm a lawyer. Mr. Smith Esquire. That's right. I mean, you're wrong. My name is Wright. Smith. Right. Oh, well, I got like 3 letters at least. Not even in the right order, any. I don't think she gets the point. Anyway, why are you here? So, like, I study this thing called parapsychology at this college, and you told me about that yesterday, the Sesame Allergy 2. What I'd really like to know is why you're still here today. Oh, so, like, that's what you meant. Like, you should have been more, like, clear about it? Sorry. My bad. No, it's okay. Like, it's Really? That's it? Why did you stop mid-sentence? Did I? So, like, what was I talking about again? There is no way that some of this isn't an act. There is no way that she is not putting this on. If Lotta ever wanted another genuine mysterious phenomenon, it's right here. So, why are you still here today? Like, there's so much for me to, like, study here? Like what? Like the medium's training, or like how they inherit their spiritual power. I suppose this village is the real thing after all. So, like, I asked if I could stay here for like a little longer. She sure seems like the carefree type, at least on the surface. Have you heard about the murder? It's like totally scary, she says with a silly smile plastered on her face. So, do you know anything about it that might help? So, I don't think she has a grip on reality, let alone what's going on here. About the victim, Dr. Gray? I don't know who you're talking about. You're the one who introduced him to this place, Amy. Like, oh wait, I think you asked about him like yesterday too? That's right. Her reaction yesterday when I asked was... You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right? I don't know any Dr. Gray. Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier? Well, like a long time ago, I was like a patient, yeah. Hello, Card. I don't trust her either. Okay, she's definitely hiding something from me. Like, is something wrong? Yes, something's wrong. It's you. Yeah, Nick. Like, you're acting kind of fast. Yeah, she is. Come on, where's Pearl? Looks at all these things already. Oh yeah, we didn't actually go back into the channeling chamber. That's what it is. Hello, Carl. Hope you're doing well. June 20th, Fey Manor Channeling Chamber. It looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. should take this chance and thoroughly check this room. If I'm lucky, I might uncover a clue or two. Oh, Mr. Wright. Good morning. I'm on my way to go meet Mystic Maya, and I thought to bring her some items to make her feel more at home. Namely, tea so bitter you lose your tongue, and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. I'm sure Maya will be very grateful. That's Mystic Maya, good sir. Yeah, she is one scary lady. Oh dear, sweet Mystic Maya. Pearl wept constantly for you last night, as did I. Once more, another person I do not trust. You could hide a lot of things in that hair. I know it's important for me to search the site. I should ask her some questions too, while I have the chance. I would like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. Do you mean that awful tragedy? That man murdered me, so I killed him. Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. What happened here in this room after I left? Well, first I struck Mystic Maya on the head. To make her go unconscious, correct? That is correct. Next, I performed the spirit severing technique. Spirit severing technique? The spirit of that nurse was inside of Mystic Maya's body. I used the technique to send the nurse's spirit back to the other world. I wonder if this kind of testimony is even admissible in a court of law. Yeah, that's the problem, really, isn't it? By the way, what is this room exactly? The channeling chamber? Its room was created for the sole purpose of preventing such a tragedy as yesterday. Really? What do you mean? Sometimes, when an inexperienced medium calls an especially strong spirit, that spirit may become violent and revolt, as you witnessed yesterday. Revolt? But how? When a spirit enters a medium's body, she loses her will and herself steps aside. To put it another way, the spirit is borrowing the medium's body, good sir. But isn't that extremely dangerous? An experienced medium has little problem controlling a spirit. But Maya, I mean, Mystic Maya, that was her first time channeling? And that is why I insisted on locking the door. However, I never thought that that would be calling danger upon the client himself. I am grateful that one of our heirlooms was not damaged in this horrible this horrible incident. And that would be that folding screen there. It is the Korean sacred writings. Along with the Korean sacred urn, they are this village's most treasured possessions. If if I ever found out that something had happened to either one. You mean that urn that looked kinda broken and put back together in the winding way? Oh, the humanity. What's that to be worrying about the folding screen at a time like this? I guess this isn't just some dilapidated old screen after all. Also, I would really like to look behind said screen to see if there is a murder weapon concealed there, although I assume that the police would have done that. So, how is Pearl today? Mr. Wright. Yes? In this world, Pearl is my most treasured possession. Ooh, I don't know about talking about your child as a possession, Morgan. I don't know about that. Feels a bit iffy. When compared to even Mystic Maya, Pearl has the spiritual power to become a master. That's very impressive. Until now, the women of the Branch family have thought themselves to be inferior. But Pearl is different. Her spiritual strength is so great it's even greater than some of the main family. Yes, Pearl is a channeling prodigy and the pride of the Branch family. Wow, she's really fired up now. In any case, our world is so different from yours, perhaps it is best for you to quit, good sir. Quit? Quit what? Oh, she's absolutely behind some of this. I mean, what better way to get Pearl into a higher position, right? I can absolutely believe that knowing what was going to happen, she might provide a weapon in there, just in case, you know. I do not trust this lady at all. Oh wait, no, present is not the one I wanted. Examine. Yes, we can look at the screen. It's a beautiful and expensive folding screen. It also looks quite old. There seems to be some sort of sacred text written on it, but I can't read it. This is... It's a hole! Could this have been made by a bullet? It could have been. And that means that the bullet was not fired by the ghost. I think anyway, because I think Maya was on this side, right? And the guy was over there, so folding screen added to the court record. About 8 inches off the ground is a small hole that looks like a bullet hole. I would like to know if there's gunpowder residue on the other side of that screen. Or a bullet. Because then we can establish which side the gun was fired from, right? Potentially. Well then, I do believe it is time for me to take my leave. Alright. Please tell Maya I said hi. What was that? I mean Mystic Maya. I will tell her. Well, at least we can examine this place without her getting in our way now. What's in here? It's some empty space behind the folding screen. The light of the candles can't reach back there, so it's completely dark. I hope no one is hiding back there. I was gonna say probably not right now, but maybe Pearl is back there, but I mean... if there's space for a person, there's space for a person to shoot a gun from, right? I guess this is an altar. Whatever it is, it feels very important. A mirror-like object with a cloudy reflective surface, and some branches of a sacred tree have been set in a predetermined arrangement. I guess they're used during the channeling. This is where the medium sits, I assume. There are 4 panels of this flooring. Straw in the flooring feels a little damp, probably from the humidity in the air. No matter what I do, my eyes keep getting drawn to the pool of blood in the center here. The meditation room is on the other side of this very heavy-looking door. The lock on it is broken because, well, I broke it. It doesn't seem possible, but I managed to break it pretty badly. When we want to do something bad enough, people can do the most amazing things. That's everything that's in here, I think. We just need to find Pearl. June 20th, Fey Manor, Winding Way. But yeah, if that's the sacred urn, then it looks very broken. You surprised me. And how are you today? I guess she isn't open to friendly chatting. Huh? She's still holding something in her hand. Looks like the same thing she had yesterday. Right, let's show her the Magatama, like we're supposed to. Oh yeah, Maya said to give this to you. Oh, she's crying. Yeah, I'm in trouble now. If Morgan sees us like this, I'll be the next one they're channeling. That's fine. Morgan isn't here. Morgan's gone to go see Maya. It's fine. She won't see. That's Mystic Maya's. Huh? She actually spoke. Who are you? I'm Phoenix Wright. I worked with Maya. You worked with Mystic Maya? You're Mr. Nick, right? Excuse me? I bet I know who she picked Nick up from. I know who you are. You're Mystic Maya's special someone. What? Is that something? You're going to help Mystic Maya, aren't you? That's what you're going to do, right? I mean, yes, I'm gonna do that, but that doesn't mean we're dating. Well, yeah, I will. Beautiful fairy tale. This look shining brightly in your eyes. It must be true love. What books has she been reading? What? Am I being boiled into a bright red lobster by this little kid? Are you jealous of Mystic Maya? What a wonderful relationship. Wait, and I mean, we aren't, things aren't like... I can tell you're a good person. All right, Mr. Nick. I may be small, but I'm going to help you in any way I can. How old are you, Pearl? 8. Okay. I've given her a far too young voice for an 8-year-old. I'm gonna have to modify that. She certainly looks younger than 8. Pearl, are you friends with Maya? I feel bad to be friends with her. She's so great. I want to be like Mystic Maya when I grow up. I really look up to her. Wow, I had no idea Maya was so revered. Usually, when people don't use Mystic Maya's title, I get mad. Oh, sorry. But if it's you, Mr. Nick, then it's okay. Because you're special to her. How in the world did she get an idea like that? By the way, this may be rude, but which channeling school are you from? I'm not from a channeling school, I'm from law school. Which channeling school? Yes. For example, I study the Karain technique. Ah, I get it. No, I'm a lawyer. A lawyer. Lawyer? Yep. Is that related to spirit mediums in any way? Not really. None that I know of. Wait, are you telling me you don't know what a lawyer is? I'm sorry, but I have no idea. Maya did say Pearl doesn't know much about the outside world. Alright, on a different note, what's that key? So, what's that you've got there, Pearl? Oh, this? I found it yesterday. Where? If you want it, I can give it to you. I think we probably need that. Thank you, Pearl. Alright, well, if you really want to give it to me. You look like a child at a toy store, Mr. Nick. Do you have toy stores in this village? She not only speaks in a refined manner, but laughs in one too. Okay. Right. Let's modify Pearl's voice a little bit more then as well. Black key. An old steel key. A green jewel is set at the center of the key's grip. Mr. Nick? Yes, Pearls? I can call you that, right? You're too cute to just call you Pearl. Sure, Mr. Nick. Are you sure it's okay for me to have this Magatama? Yeah, it's okay. I was told to give it to you. Accept something like this. All I really should do is charge this Magatama with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Please take this. I'm sure it will be helpful. What do you mean? It will let you see people's secrets. See people's secrets? Yes. If it's all right with you, I would like to accompany you for a little while. I can explain the Magatama's power to you when we meet someone hiding a secret. Someone hiding a secret. Well, I know where to find one of those. Can we use it on Eeny Meeny? June 20th, Fey Manor Side Room. Hello again. We seem to be seeing a lot of each other today. Oh, she's like totally cute. Is she like your daughter? I mean, she's young enough to be, but no. At least I assume I'm old enough to be her dad. Oh wait, we don't have Phoenix right on this list. Never mind. What? No! How old do you think I am? I thought you were potentially old enough to have a child that looks this cute. I mean, Phoenix has got to be mid-20s at least, right? So technically. And it's not like Pearl actually looks 8. I want to ask you about the victim, Dr. Gray. I, totally don't know him. Yeah, what is that? That would be the sight clock. Phoenix, let's go. You can see it, can't you, Mr. Nick? You can see the lock on that person's heart. Huh? What? This is the power of the Magatama. Only you can see these cyclocks, Mr. Nick. Cyclocks, huh? The more someone wants to hide their secret, the more locks you will see. If it's only one, I think you can easily unlock it. Unlock? But how? Please use Mystic Maya's Magatama on this person. And let's remove the lock. I have no idea what she's talking about, but guess I'll give it a try. Exactly, Drag. It's time to unlock their psyche, like we did back in Somnium Files. And we don't need a high-tech machine for it this time. You must be careful though, Mr. Nick. If you make a mistake, it will hurt you. If you don't think you have the proof you need, you must have the courage to stop. Well, I've got to start somewhere. Let's give this cyclock thing a try. So we do that. I'm going to ask you again. Did you know Dr. Gray? I totally don't know that guy. Like, you're totally more persistent than a roach. This girl is hiding something. I'm sure of it. I guess I have no choice but to remove this lock. Alright, so first I have to use Maya's Magatama. Alright, we've got to do it like now. Present? Maybe? Take that! Present. There we go. The victim. Eeny meeny, I believe you do know who Dr. Gray is. I told you! Like, how many times do I, have to repeat myself? If you're, so totally sure, then where's, your proof? Well, it may be possible that you never actually met Dr. Gray in person. I do believe you might have at least indirectly known about him. What do you mean, like, indirectly? I should try to show that the possibility existed for now. Something that could show a possible connection between Eni and Dr. Gray. Is it in the profiles? Do we actually have any proof? Yeah, we don't have what he told us, do we? Alright, see you next. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Yeah, we need that information. Now, where did this box come from? I'm sure this wasn't here last night. It looks like a box for storing clothes, but it's pretty big for just clothes. It's mostly empty, but a few folded pieces of channeling costumes sit at the bottom. Nothing interesting then. You left the blanket a mess. Are you going to fold it? Like, I had a really good nap, and like, I was thinking of leaving it like this, so like, it's all set for tonight. Okay. It's a decorative wooden bear sculpture. There's a plate attached to the base. Karain Village, the heart of channeling. But it's a souvenir. Isn't it cute? I like totally bought that. Ah, so it's yours, huh? Yeah, so like this village is really famous for like channeling and bears. Wait, famous for bears? But it's like, okay. If you ever like see a bear, you just play dead and they like leave you alone. I feel like that's only one type of bear. Is that right? Yeah, and like fighting back is totally of no use. Has she actually tried to fight one? No, I don't think Eenie Meenie has actually tried to fight a bear phoenix. I seem to remember, I think the best thing to do if you're like in an area where bears exist is to make sure you're making a lot of noise so that you don't accidentally sneak up on a bear, right? Where would we find evidence of the fact that she knew Dr. Gray? Did I get the pun on her name? I assume it's Eenie Meenie Miny Mo. June 20th, Fey Manor Meditation Room. Hey, it's you, pal. So you're gonna be a lawyer, I bet? Yes. I really feel bad for you, pal. Just this once, I wish I could be on your side. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff to you. Hey, say, hey, you're a cute kid. I'm not scary, honest. Wow, I never knew Gumshoe liked kids. Hey, I know. I'll show you something cool. How's this? It's a real genuine pistol. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing showing us something that dangerous? Sorry. You don't... Gumshoe! What about Maya and the charges against her? I don't think you can win, pal. If you're talking about proof, we got a few pieces. You've got proof. Yeah, pal. That puffy-haired photographer's gonna testify tomorrow. He must be talking about Lotta. Actually, speaking of Lotta... How do I do Lotta's accent again? I took some hot pictures yesterday. No, sorry. I took some hot No. I can't. It's very difficult to go from Gumshoe to Lotta. I took some hot pictures earlier. Huh? Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. No, that's definitely not her voice. Lotta's hot pictures. I wonder what her camera captured. Besides, you must have realised by now, pal. There's no way anyone other than my FA could have done it. She was possessed at the time, Gumshoe. It's not her fault. What am I supposed to say to Pearls now? About Dr. Gray. The victim wasn't super famous, but people still knew who he was. His face was all over those tabloid shows last year. Yeah, I know. I was looking through some newspapers from last year and... Huh? Could have sworn I had. I cut an article out, but I guess I must have lost it. This is probably the proof we need to know that Eeny Meeny knew Dr. Gray. He's searching through his pockets, and boy, are those big. They look really interesting too. Hey, do you have a copy, pal? A copy of that article? I think Dr. Gray might have brought a copy to the office when he came by. Well, we should probably go get that for Gumshoe then. June 20th, Rice & Co. Law Offices. Phew, it feels like I've been gone forever. It's only been one day. Oh, that's right. Where's that newspaper Dr. Gray brought the other day? There it is. Here it is, right on top of my desk. This is the only thing he left behind that's going to be of any help. Newspaper clipping 1 added to the court record. 1 year ago, on May 2nd, 14 patients died from malpractice at the Gray Surgical Clinic. I would like to look at that, please, if I can. No? Okay. Great. Gumshoe. I found the newspaper you wanted to look at. Dr. Gray brought this over to my office the other day, and... Hey, it's our news story. What about the malpractice suit? 14 patients died and it caused a huge stink. Yeah, but that's not all, pal. Things only got worse after that. You mean the car accident the nurse died in? Oh, here we go. I brought my own clipping with me today. Here, pal, this is for you. Oh, we found it while we were gone, huh? Alright, thanks. There we go! That's the proof we need for that psych lock. Mimi Meanie. Nurse at Grey Surgical Clinic died after falling asleep at the wheel. So Eenie Meenie is Mimi Meanie's sister, probably. Or mother, I don't know. Trial tomorrow. Well, I got 2 pieces of news for you, pal. 2? Yeah, bad news and even worse news. Oh, joy. So which do you want to hear first? It doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to like it. Alright, pal. Well, the prosecutor for the trial is Prosecutor Von Karma. Von Karma? Isn't he in jail? Alright, see you, God. What? Von Karma? Manfred Von Karma. He was an awe-inspiring veteran prosecutor. Oh, I've just remembered something. Okay, I've just remembered something. He never lost a case in the 40 years of his career, and he raised a fearsome disciple. Horrible aftertaste of the evil he force-fed me is something I'll never forget. Wait a sec. But didn't Von Karma stand trial and... That's where the other piece of bad news comes in. The Von Karma you're facing tomorrow is actually his successor. Successor? Yeah, I know exactly who we're playing against this time. So, who is this successor to Von Karma? Literally, pal. It's Prosecutor Von Karma's kid. His kid became a prosecutor real young, like 13, and hasn't lost a trial since. No, apparently his successor is not in fact Edra. That's what they call a prodigy, pal. Kid. Wait a sec. 13! The kid became a prosecutor at the age of 13. I mean, a prodigy like that I would have heard something about. Ah, no. The kid was born and raised in Germany, pal. That country's got a lot of stuff and is a great place to develop a person's talents. Germany, huh? That's probably why I've never heard of this person. Still, all it takes is someone mentioning the name Von Karma. And I get terrible flashbacks to that case. Stop it, get a grip on yourself, Phoenix. None of that matters anymore, now that he's gone. Yes, I was going to say I'm looking forward to facing Franziska Von Karma, but I'm not. I think her name was Franziska anyway. Right. Psych lock time. We've already read this part out, so... I can connection between Evie and Dr. Gray is this. Take a look at this newspaper clipping. Like, what is it? A story about an accident? Please read the victim's name. Mimi Meanie? Meanie is a pretty rare last name, wouldn't you say? Miss Mimi Meanie wouldn't happen to be a relative of yours, would she? Hello, Patrick. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you noticed? She was my older sister. I'm sorry about your loss. Your sister, was she a nurse? Perhaps at Dr. Gray's surgical clinic? Gray Surgical Clinic. I don't think I need to tell you that the clinic was run by the victim, Dr. Turner Gray. Which is how you knew of Dr. Gray. You knew him through your sister. Which I will say, Eni, gives you a powerful motive for murder. Please tell me all you know about Dr. Gray. My sister's name was Mimi Meanie. She was like a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic. That's what I thought. I heard that, like, Dr. Gray was really tough on people, like a total slave driver. My sis was, like, always coming home totally wiped out because she was overworked. Wiped out? So is that why she fell asleep at the wheel? That guy, like, drove my sis so hard, so, like, that's why the accident happened. The one where 14 patients died from malpractice? Yeah, like, I think that was the doctor's fault too. My sis was pushed by, like, everyone's expectations and, like, her duties and stuff. And that pushed her to her death. Oh, I'm sorry. So, like, are we done? I've, like, already told my story to, like, everyone. Including the police. Do you understand now, Mr. Nick? This is how a cyclock works. Well, I don't plan to pry into people's hearts unless I absolutely need to. The lock this time was pretty easy, but you might meet people who aren't as willing to give in later on. If you don't have enough proof, be careful and know when to stop trying. Well, so we've done that, we've done that. Should we go back and see Maya, probably? Because we don't have anything more... No. June 20th, Corain Village. Mr. Nick! What's wrong? I had never left Corain Village. Really? Wow, that's pretty amazing. You are going to meet with Mystic Maya, aren't you? Please tell her I said hi. I mean, I guess if we need to recharge the Magatama, we probably need to see Pearl, right? She charged it for us in the first place. Hey, wait! She ran off again. Well, I know Eni's secret now, but I still don't have any idea how I'm going to save Maya. I don't even know if I should go in there with a smile or a straight face. Ugh. June 20th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. What am I supposed to do? I'm almost out of time. Can I really do anything? Can I really save her? Is this going to be Maya? Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Must be Maya. Oh, no, it's Mia, isn't it? It's been a long time, hasn't it, Phoenix? That voice. Mia! Even without me being here, it looks like you've learned to stand on your own. Mia. She's Maya's older sister, and my mentor. She was a top-notch defense lawyer, but a certain case forced her into retirement. But whenever I'm in trouble, she comes to help, just like this. Her spirit comes back from the other world and borrows Maya's body for a bit. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. A lawyer is someone who always smiles, no matter how bad it gets, and especially when it's bad. Mia. You can't smile at the end if you haven't been smiling the whole way there. In any case, the face you're making now is no face to show a client, Phoenix. But... So, tell me all about it. I'm going to guess that my sister is in a lot of trouble again. I told her everything about what had happened in the last 2 days. Mia closed her eyes, deep in thought, while she listened. I see. Mia, what am I supposed to do? It's pretty clear what a good lawyer does in this situation. And that is, tell me, please. Believe in your convictions. And fight for the complete acquittal of your client. You think Maya's not guilty? How can you be so sure? I know she is, and I'll give you a hint as to why. Acquittal is getting her a not guilty verdict. Basically. Yes? Mediums can't have dreams. They can't. From what you told me, it sounds like Maya was having a dream while channeling. Yeah? She said she dreamt that she had died and had been buried in the ground. But that is impossible. You've heard it from her, I'm sure. When a medium channels, her own spirit disappears. Which means it's impossible for her to dream during that time. Then, what does this mean? I think it's safe to bet that Maya was set up. Set up? It's up to you to blow the lid on this case tomorrow and show how she was set up. Okay, so it's Morgan and Eni then? Working together, I'm guessing. How am I supposed to prove her innocence when I have nothing to go on? I mean, I think we have evidence that can prove her that can prove she didn't shoot the guy. We just need evidence to prove she didn't stab him, right? Unless I'm completely misremembering, I'm pretty sure he was shot and stabbed. If you're looking for a clue, it's already in your hands. It is? Just as it sounds, Phoenix. You already hold the key. Ah, the key. Really? Come on, show me the key to this case. The key, huh? Alright, I'll show it to her. The key I hold. Man, game, that was a lot of instances of key. Mia, have you seen this key before? Ah, the key. It's literally the key to understanding everything that's happened in this case. This key? Phoenix, listen. Right now, that key is sitting in your hand. However, it shouldn't be. It contradicts the facts. What does she mean? I'm certain this key will be the piece of evidence that makes your case tomorrow. You already know everything you need to know. You know what the key to this case is. That is enough. But how can I win tomorrow without knowing who the real murderer is? Who could have... Look, Phoenix! There are plenty of times you have been in a case where you have not known who the real murderer is until you figured it out. This is just like any other case. We'll figure out who the real murderer is while we prove why our client isn't. I didn't know it at the time, but this day was going to end with a turn for the surprising. Mia? What? What's wrong? It's right, only I can see the Cyclops. Which means Mia must know something about the real murderer. But for this to be something she would hide under lock and key from even me? What in the world is going on? June 21st, 9:48 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. What? Prosecutor Von Karma? You mean... No, I heard it's his successor this time. Successor? Edward Von Karma was a really sinister man. He pulled all sorts of nasty tricks all so he could win. He was a man obsessed with the word perfection. He had a perfect record for 40 long years. Who knows what sort of dirty tricks he used to get each of those guilty verdicts. And now, his successor. I wonder what kind of person they will turn out to be. It's no good. Mystic Maya. No, sorry, Pearl. There we go. Pearly! You showed up! Thanks for coming all this way. I was really worried about you. Hey, Hey, where's your mother? Didn't you two come together? Mother is watching over the trainees. She said they have training for 2 days straight with no breaks. Huh? Then you came up all by yourself? Yep, I snuck out of the manor and followed a map. Don't tell me you walked all the way here. Girl, that is a 2-hour train trip! I can't. Oh wait, it takes 2 hours by train. Oh man, it must have taken her all night. Hurley, what about the train? Huh? What's a train? I give up. It's time, isn't it? I'm really scared. What if Von Karma tries to do something to me? At least I know Mr. Edgeworth would be nicer to me than Von Karma. That's probably why we haven't been assigned Edgeworth. That probably counts as, what's the word? I've forgotten what the actual phrase is. But the fact that he knows the defendant is probably a good reason for him not to do it. Mr. Edgeworth. Who is that? He's Nick's rival. Well, he's also a friend. I still remember him as though I'd seen him only yesterday. Every trial was a scorchingly fierce battle until the very end. It was always back and forth with them. But when you're rivals for life... Maya? Please don't mention that name ever again. What, Edgeworth? Huh? But why, Nick? I'm sorry, Maya. I forgot you don't know. He's gone, and he's not coming back. What? Wait a second. What's that supposed to mean? Court will commence shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom. Let's go. Now's not the time to talk about that anyway. Phoenix, you need to clear this up. If you say it like that, Maya's going to think he's dead. Nick. June 21st, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 2. Ah, there she is. Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. Are the prosecution and the defense prepared? I need a voice for her. What is with this kid? Yep, same old judge. We don't get a different judge. It's always the same judge. Ahem. Mr. Wright, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Why does he always seem mad at me? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You must be a little shocked because I am a woman, correct? No? Hold on. So she's the famed successor to Prosecutor Von Karma? I am Franziska Von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Revenge? Is this about her father, Manfred von Kalla? If it's something of a personal nature, I'm sure you can... Out! I'm talking. If you interrupt again, my whip will do the speaking for me. I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to have weapons in courts. Yeah, I don't think she should be allowed that. I'm pretty sure she shouldn't be allowed to whip the judge. Please speak with your mouth like a normal person. I beg of you. Yeah! Make no mistake, I will defeat you. Prepare to go down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor von Kalla, your opening statement, please. Those of von Kalla blood have only one fate, and that is perfection. The defendant Maya Fey will find no escape from her guilt on my watch. Very well. What is the defense's position? Your Honor? Does the defense wish to enter a plea of not guilty? Yes. Foolish fool who foolishly dreams of foolish dreams. 10 minutes. I give the defense 10 minutes before it changes its plea. That's right. I'll have you running for the justified self-defense plea in no time. How old's this kid anyway? 18. Okay, so she's been a prosecutor for 5 years. That's longer than I've been a defense attorney! Justified self-defense? A plea usually reserved for when a person unintentionally kills in defense of themselves. We could very easily make a solid case for that it was self-defense, but... The defense stands by the plea of not guilty, Your Honor. Because to plead justified self-defense is to say you did kill someone. How foolish. If that's how you want to play it, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I shall now call the first witness. She's just as scary as her father. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. I mean, yeah, he did the fancy bow, didn't he? She's doing the fancy curtsy. So yeah, same sense. Well, hiya, Gumshoe. Witness, your name and occupation. Yes, sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct. Yeah! Get to the point already. Explain to the court the details of this murder. Yes, sir. If everyone would please look at this map. The channeling chamber has no windows, and the door was locked shut. At the time of the murder, only the victim and the defendant were in the room. Well, there we go. That's what I wanted to know. I needed the positions. Yeah, and now that I have the positions, what I really want to know is whether there's gunpowder residue on the back of the screen. Or whether there's a bullet in the wall back here. What were they doing in there? They were channeling a spirit, sir. Channeling a spirit? That's quite the look of disbelief there, Your Honor. Anyway, a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard coming from inside the room, sir. Gunshots multiple. Right. A few of the witnesses broke the door down and rushed into the room. Ah, and that's when they found that the victim was already dead, correct? I believe this is one of the most open and shut cases that I have ever presided over. Floor plans added to the court record. Floor plans, brackets, crime scene. A diagram of the channeling chamber. So, how was the victim killed? I was about to get to that. Stop wasting my time, then. The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The shot was fired from point-blank range. Okay, so we have the powder residue on him to prove that, I assume. But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. The murderer used the pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing. Why would you do that, though? So, the victim was stabbed before being shot. This is the victim's autopsy report, sir. Dr. Gray's autopsy report. After being stabbed in the chest, he was shot in the forehead at point blank. The court accepts it into evidence. Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's all it's going to tell me with that. So we've got this, we've got that. We've got these, which aren't going to help us right now, I don't think. Shot was fired. Okay. Please prove that how you know it was fired at point blank range, Gumshoe. Point blank, huh? So about how far away is that? It's anywhere between 12 to 20 inches away. Oh. What would it be if it was... So it's not directly to the skin then? Okay. So 12 inches to 20 inches. So that's about a foot up to about a meter? No, less than a meter. Because it's less than 2 feet. It's less than 2 feet, so probably about half a meter. About 30 centimetres to 50 centimetres-ish, maybe. So yeah, that's not very far away at all. And how do you know he was shot at point blank? The Phoenix Wright. I grow tired of the foolish foolery of the foolish fools of this foolish country. Excuse me? Gunpowder burn. Well, yes, that's what I wanted to know. That's why I asked about it, Von Karma. I mean, really. Thanks, Drag. So I was approximately right there, then. Gunpowder burn. When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Gunpowder exploding is what makes a bullet fire. And that gets real hot, pal. Now, there were definitely some gunpowder burns left on the victim's forehead. Yeah, that's why I want to know whether the hole in the screen has gunpowder burn on it, Gumshoe. Wow, never knew that. Live and learn, I guess. I knew that. Because I have been binging Death in Paradise for over a week now. I'm like 8 seasons in. Before he was shot, he was stabbed. How do you know it was beforehand? Stabbed? And what was he stabbed with? Yes, good question, Phoenix. Good question. A fruit knife. Oh. You have it. I see. And whose knife was it? It looks like it belonged to the Fays, sir. And of course my Fays' fingerprints are all over it. All over it, huh? No, sorry. Judge voice. All over it, huh? Are the victim's prints on it? I would really like to know that. This does not look good. What will you do now, Mr. Phoenix Wright? The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous. Hey, can I have that knife in the court evidence, please? Why is that knife not in evidence? How severe was the wound? If it had been half an inch more to the right, it would have hit the victim's heart. After a stab like that, it's impossible to fight back, let alone stand. His testimony makes it sound like Maya had stabbed him with the intent to kill. Are you sure he was stabbed first, then shot? Yep. Sure as sure can be. One look at the wounds, and you've come to the same conclusion too, pal. A fool is a fool who will only listen to the foolish opinions of other foolish fools. Hey, Francisca von Karma? Do you not know very many words of this language? Or are you just very, very fond of the word fool? A pistol shot to the forehead at point blank is certainly enough to kill instantly. Does it matter then which was first? Probably! Think a little more before you open that big mouth of yours, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What a pain. Nothing sounds out of place so far. I should try to learn more about the murder weapons for now. Yeah, I guess we didn't press this one, did we? The murder weapon, Detective Gumshoe? Whose pistol was it? It was the victim's. The victim? Now, why would he have...
Objection!
Why would he have a pistol? Who cares? I care. If he walked into that room with the intention to shoot Maya dead, I care. The point is that you are missing. The point that you are missing is whose fingerprints are on that pistol. If you're not already paying attention to that, then I suggest you start. Fingerprints? Yeah, what fingerprints? Along with the victims, the defendant, Maya Faze, were also on the grip, sir. So the defendant's fingerprints were left on the murder weapon. And walked right into her hands there. That's enough. We have clearly established how the victim was murdered. I brought the two murder weapons with me today. Very well. The court accepts them into evidence. Pistol added to the court record. Murder weapon was Gray's. 2 shots fired. Bears Maya and Gray's fingerprints. Knife. Murder weapon. A small fruit knife. Belongs to the Faze. Bears Maya's fingerprints. The date and time of death was June 19th at 3:15 p.m. Eyewitnesses claim to have heard 2 gunshots at this time. And 2 murder weapons, both with the defendant's fingerprints on them. This does seem like an open and shut case. Naturally. This is going from bad to worse. As if the summary just now wasn't oversimplifying things to the extreme. Your Honour, feel free to slam that little gavel of yours. After all, there is no room left for doubt, is there? That is quite true, Mr. Wright. Yes? Even in the face of all this, do you still wish to plead not guilty? It's the opinion of this court that if you do not adjust your plea, you stand to lose. See, just as I promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You would change your plea in less than 10 minutes. What will you do, Mr. Wright? Will you change to justified self-defense? Because now would be the time to do so. This is your final chance. This is a huge decision. You'd better think this through all the way. Oh no, it's not guilty. It's absolutely... Maya is not guilty, Your Honor. If we plead justified self-defense, we would basically be confessing to murder. After the trial, Maya's life would be ruined and she'd be labelled a murderer. I can't let that happen. Your Honor, have you reached a conclusion, Mr. Wright? The defense will not change its plea. We will accept nothing short of complete acquittal. You have sealed your fate, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Detective. Yes, sir. present the final portion of your testimony. The final strike. Yes, sir. Now, see here, proceedings are run by... Yep. Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead, detective, and give your testimony. I think the court would like to hear about the other piece of incriminating evidence. Incriminating evidence. Sorry, pal, but there's an even more incriminating piece of evidence. This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. As you can see, it's covered in blood. It's also got a gun hole. Bullet hole. Bullet hole is the word. Through the sleeve. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. Bullet hole through the sleeve, Gumshoe! So this is the costume. There certainly is evidence of a backspray of blood on this. This piece directly links my affair to the crime, sir. I'm not sure how it's incriminating evidence to go, the other person in the room with the person who died got covered by their blood. I mean... I feel like it would be very, very difficult for her not to have his blood on her. Maya's costume added to the court record. Clothes Maya was wearing at the time of the murder. There are blood splatters on it. All right, Mr. Wright. Maya's fingerprints on both murder weapons, and blood splatters on her clothes. Could this situation get any worse? What's wrong? You seem to be at a loss. I think this is the last piece of testimony the prosecution should have to offer. Feel free to sulk off with your tail between your legs, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Please stop calling me by my full name. It's disturbing. Yeah, how would you like it if I kept calling you Miss Francisca von Karma? It was Francisca, right? I meant to hit the court record button, but never mind. Yeah, Francisca. There's an even more incriminating piece of evidence. This is the costume she was wearing at the time of the crime. It's covered in blood. Yeah, well, duh. A lot of that room is covered in blood. Right, how do you know this? How do you know this for sure, Gumshoe? He wasn't fighting back? How do you know if he was or wasn't? We could find no evidence that the victim put up any sort of struggle, pal. So did the murderer have a fight with the victim or not? Depending on this, the circumstances around this murder change dramatically. We're in real trouble now. If only I had something to prove the victim did fight back. Von Karma, she thinks she can decide this verdict with the she thinks we can decide... No. That Von Karma, she thinks she can decide the verdict with this testimony alone. Well, I'll find a critical contradiction somehow, and then I'll have her. Yes. The defendant attacked and killed a person who was not fighting back. Thing is, I can literally just show you this to prove that he was. Because there was a bullet hole in this. Not that you can see it on this now. I miss being able to rotate the I miss being able to rotate the evidence and look at the evidence, man. Or we could have this bullet hole, but probably not this bullet hole. I think it's got to be the bullet hole in her clothes, right? Nope, it is not in fact that. Oh, it's time to play the Phoenix Wright game of I know what I want to say, but how do I make it work for the game? Make it work for the game. Like, is it the fact that the pistol has his fingerprints on it? That doesn't really work because it belongs to him. Alright, let's just do the tried and true method of press all of the things. Nope. That was supposed to be a press, but hey, we'll make this a press. Maya's costume. Yeah, she was wearing this when we arrested her. Yeah, she's wearing her channeling costume today too. Is she not allowed to wear anything else? This blood on the costume. Lab results show it was the victim's blood. Well... So there is blood from the victim on the defendant's clothes. Well, yeah, that would normally be a big deal, but she was literally in a small room with him. Definitely not good. So, were there any other clues you could glean from this? I thought it was glean, not gleam. Oh well. Well... If you must change the topic, then the good detective here must testify again. But too bad. Not enough time. Let's move on. She really is just trying to speedrun this, isn't she? I mean, even her objection is really fast. Yes, Ms. Von Karma is perfectly correct. Now even the judge is on her side. I bite off more than I can chew here. What should I do? Always press further. Always. Why is Miss Von Karma suddenly putting up resistance? At least she hasn't stated it'll be over in X minutes. I mean, she kind of did that already. She was like, you will change your plea in 10 minutes. There must be a reason as to why she suddenly threw out an objection like that. Must be something about this costume. I just have to look harder. You don't have to look that hard, Phoenix. It's right there. Mr. Wright. Ms. Von Karma's logic is perfect. There is no way for you to poke a hole in it. Looks like my time is up. So about the costume, there is one little thing. Your Honor, at Actually, there is something very wrong with this piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about, pal? Where is this problem you're talking about? I've come this far, there's no turning back now. The problem I have with this piece of evidence is here. Here, right here. I ask the court to please take a look at the sleeve of this costume. The sleeve? There's a tiny hole here. A hole? But that wasn't in the report. Well, maybe you should actually look at things, Gumshoe. Hold on! What's this around the hole? It smells faintly of gunpowder. Gunpowder? No one ever told me. A hole that smells of... gunpowder. Yeah, looks like I found that hole I was looking for. Your Honor, the only logical conclusion you can make is this must be a bullet hole. Order! 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 This is a very grave matter. It's best we correct the court record first before anything else. Maya's costume updated in the court record. Clothes Maya was wearing at the time of the murder. Press the check button for details. Details. Oh, all it does is just show it. Understood. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir. Is she actually smiling? What else is she hiding? Pull yourself together, detective. That tiny hole doesn't change a thing. The strength of the evidence still holds. Continue with your testimony. That just now was a fluke. Nothing more. How can you say something like that? This is a huge oversight. While I agree it is a mistake on the part of the police, what Prosecutor Von Karma has said is true. The evidence still stands. If you do not find a more definitive problem with the evidence, then... No way! Detective Gumshoe, please continue with your testimony. Yes, sir. Alright, okay. So now that we've proven that it's a bullet hole, now I can probably present it. Yep. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes? Having you call me by my first name is kind of a weird feeling. Well, apparently that's what we're doing in this courtroom today, Gumshoe. Apparently we're doing full names. Miss Francisca Von Karma over there has, or should it be Prosecutor Francisca Von Karma? No, she's calling me Mr. Phoenix Wright, so Miss Francisca Von Karma. You said that my client killed a person who without a doubt was not fighting back. Yeah, I did. Then what, may I ask, is the bullet hole you police overlooked supposed to mean? Yeah, what does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. it means that the victim had fired off a shot. Is this what it means to not fight back? Ah! You're right. It seems you are correct. If the victim had tried to shoot the defendant, then it would change everything. Alright. The wind seems to be shifting. Now, admittedly, if we'd already been pleading justified self-defense, then that would probably end it, wouldn't it? But we didn't. With that "are you finished yet" laugh. Are you finished yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Miss Von Karma? It seems that my affair was shot at by the victim. However, that is only grounds enough to support a justified self-defense plea. Which means that she knew that all along, which is why she was trying to convince us to do it. Oh, that is correct. But I'm sure you remember, Your Honour, what the defence clearly said. They rejected justified self-defense and pleaded not guilty. Yeah. Now that you... Why, that's right. Which means the defence has yet to prove anything at all. No. Well... Yes, that's true. Furthermore, just the fact that there is a bullet hole in the costume is not enough to substantiate even a plea of justified self-defense. How so? Yeah. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell the court what transpired that day. With the new information we acquired added in, of course. Huh? You mean by myself? You want me to put together the scenario all by myself? Yeah. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. During the channeling, the defendant saw a chance to stab the victim in the chest. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun and ended it. This scenario you have put together does make sense. I mean, personally I would have gone for he got out the gun, they were fighting over it, and it got discharged into the victim. But... Yes, sir? Well, Mr. Wright, on the surface, it does seem to make sense. However, I won't give up that easily. Please refrain from glaring at me like that. Now then, your cross-examination, please. Cross-examination. Okay. I feel this is a press situation. There's quite a difference in height between Dr. Gray and the defendant. And in body strength, and it seems unlikely the defendant could have stabbed the victim. Now that you mention it, Yeah, I guess. You think you can get away with such flimsy reasoning, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Maya Fey was in the middle of channeling, was she not? When channeling with the Karain channeling technique, the medium physically changes. With the nurse's build, the defendant could easily have been a match for the doctor. Wait, so you're gonna... Why is she allowed to use the ghost in this when we're not allowed to point out that, excuse me, a ghost killed him, not my client? Why is she allowed to use that against us? I don't believe it. She even studied up on the Karain channeling technique? Like I said before, I'm perfect. What you were talking about? I didn't quite get it. Never mind. Let's continue with the testimony. So he was stabbed, but the stab wound didn't kill him. Well, if you think about the blood loss, he was probably hurt pretty bad. How badly hurt would you say he was? Actually, I went to give blood the other day. And afterward, I felt a little lightheaded and dizzy. Yeah, that'll happen. Well, I guess the damage was maybe about 10 times the dizziness. Yeah. Sorry. Wait, now that you were fighting, the victim took out his gun. Where in the world did that pistol come from? It looks like the victim, Dr. Gray, had specifically bought it for that day. He'd specifically bought it for that day. That kind of implies that he went there with the intention of shooting someone, don't you? But a handgun? They got it off the black market about 2 days before the murder. Why did Dr. Gray bring a gun? Is he taking precautions against something? No, I think he... It does sound like he intended to kill the medium. So, you're saying that the bullet hole in this costume was made then? Sorry, pal, but yeah, that's what I think. The two of them were already fighting when the shot was fired. Yeah, I'm really glad you weren't hurt. Maya has never fired a gun before in her life. The victim had already taken off the safety. With the safety off, even an amateur like you can fire it just by pulling the trigger. even me. I wonder. Now, do you understand? Upon Karma's logic is perfect. His testimony certainly makes us look very bad. But there's got to be a contradiction in there somewhere. And uncovering it is going to uncover the truth. I can feel it. Okay, we need a contradiction. What have we got? A newspaper clipping, the guide map. Magatama isn't going to help us because there's no Cyclops yet. Newspaper clipping number 2, which is some very good evidence for Ini to have motive to kill. I mean, we could use the bullet hole in the folding screen. But I'm not sure how much that's going to help us. There's the key, which, as it is, the key to the whole situation. But it's not going to help us right now. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Dragon, that you wanted to bring the nurse back to testify. But then, like, yeah. It's like, I feel like the nurse would say he killed me. I don't know, it feels like... I feel like he thought that the nurse's spirit would say something that would be bad for him or something? I don't know. No, I don't know. Floor plans of the crime scene. Yeah, so the hole's down here, right? So, yeah, that makes sense to be the hole that went through Maya's clothes. The autopsy report. Stabbed then shot. Pistol. It's got both of their fingerprints on it. The knife that only has Maya's fingerprints on it. Which isn't great. And then Maya's costume. During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest. We don't have anything we can present for that, I don't think. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back. When the two were fighting, he took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. Wait, I mean, how do you... Yeah, because he would have been at point blank. He would have been at point blank too. He would have been at point blank too. And that's just a hole, right? Doesn't... So yeah, we don't... Shouldn't there... We don't have residue, so... Yeah, I feel like this is the only thing we can do anything with. they were that close, I mean, one, why did he miss? And two, why isn't there evidence on here? Missing the tiny hole on this costume will be the prosecution's undoing. Yeah? What do you mean? This little hole has actually created a huge hole in your testimony. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. You said the two of them were fighting when the victim fired his gun at point blank. If that were true, then where is the gunpowder burn on this costume? A gunpowder burn? This is what you testified earlier. When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Oh! But there's not a single trace of a gunpowder burn on this costume. Which equally, there should be some residue from her firing the gun herself as well. Usually, right? So if there isn't any traces, aside from the slight smell of gunpowder that we got earlier, then yeah. That is a very good point. And what exactly does this mean? A very good point, but he doesn't know what the point is. It means that when the shot was fired, they were standing apart from each other. I'm disappointed, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You can punch a hole in my logic with that. With wishy-washy thinking like that, anyone can explain anything away. Then I implore you to disprove my line of thinking. Let's see. In the middle of their fight, the victim pushed the defendant away. And it was then, when they were separated, that he fired. How was that? Well, still, how did she get the gun? As if that was even possible. According to testimony, the wound from the stabbing was very severe. The victim would not have had the strength to push the defendant very far after that. Ooh, she's sweating now. Well, then... That's right. The defendant must have pushed the victim away. Why? After stabbing him, she must have put some space between the doctor and herself. And then while she was preparing to strike again, the doctor took a shot. Yeah, but if it was that severe, she didn't really need to take another strike, really. There, that should satisfy even you. That does make an awful lot of sense. Does it now? What do you think, Mr. Wright? I must be careful. I can't afford to make a mistake here. Concentrate and think. I don't think it makes sense. There is a fatal flaw in her argument, Your Honor. Fatal flaw? Interesting. I would love to see where this flaw is. Show me something that contradicts my explanation. There has to be a snag in her explanation somewhere. She put some distance between them before rushing to make the final blow. And when she was about to strike, the doctor took his shot. Must be a piece of evidence that contradicts this line of thinking. Is it time for the folding screen? Is it time for the folding screen? Could it be anything else, though, actually? Probably not, right? Because we can use the folding screen, I think, to work out a bullet trajectory. Like, based on Maya's heights and where on her sleeve the bullet went through and where it went through the folding screen. I think it's gotta be this. This is the piece of evidence that destroys your logic. What is that? A folding screen? I would like to point the court's attention to the hole in this folding screen. Yeah! It looks like you already know what I'm talking about. Oh, where? What? Mr. Wright, your explanation, please. Are these two really that clueless? The bullet went through the defendant's sleeve first, then the folding screen. I'm still not 100% confident it's that way round and that it didn't come from behind the folding screen. But... It passed through at a height of approximately 8 inches off the ground. Which is about... That's going to be about 20 centimetres, right? Which means... When the shot was fired, Maya, I mean the defendant, was not getting ready to strike, but was actually squatting low to the ground. Order! Order! This changes everything. Please look at this diagram of the crime scene. The victim, Dr. Gray, was here when he fired the shot. And the bullet hit this folding screen. It hit at this location, about 8 inches off the ground. At this time, the defendant was in this area. Well, she's got to be actually quite close to the screen. And in the pack, so about there. Somewhere around here. Oh, the judge's face is scrunched like he just smelled some seriously bad breath. That is, I mean... Wait, I just realised I forgot to brush this morning. Excuse me while I freshen up. Sure. In the meantime, I want you to think things through again, Mr. Wright. Okay. Of course. Whoops. What's done is done. For now, I should focus on where Maya was at the time of the crime. So, are we going with closer to it? Or, like, do we need to bring her all the way back over here? It's like if we're saying she has to be close to the ground, then she would still need to be kind of close to the screen, I think. Centimeters off the ground. that's about 20 centimeters off the ground. If Maya was... yeah, she probably needs to be even closer to the screen, right? There. See, I was just thinking it's kind of difficult for her to be standing here with the thing there, but that's why I put her slightly further in front of it. She was standing here, near the folding screen. Wait a second! We know the defendant was close to the ground based on the height of the bullet hole. But how can you gauge the distance from that? I mean, I'm still not sure how exactly we decided Maya was close to the ground, but, maths, Miss Franziska von Karma. Isn't it possible that the defendant was standing much closer to the victim? Well, if she was standing, yes, it does kind of work. But not there, she'd have to be here. But then, yeah, if she was standing, it doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense for the victim to have shot as low as he did. While she was standing right there. Not if he was planning on shooting her. So yeah, it makes sense that she was a lot further away and crouched down. That's impossible. But why? Hey, Miss Franziska von Karma? Maybe you would have known these things if you'd finished high school. You know, done more maths. You of all people should know the answer to that question, Miss von Karma. If she was shot from somewhere closer, there would be gunpowder burns present. Well, yes. Yeah, that isn't there. You'd have the gunpowder burns if she was close enough to have been standing up. So she has to have been a lot further away and lower to the ground. However, there is nothing of the sort around the bullet hole of this costume. Curse you, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you... I believe it has now been proven that the defendant was standing a ways from the victim when he was shot at. But do you think this has changed the defendant's situation? Yes? Well, it has to have changed everything, because otherwise we're screwed. Honestly, Your Honor, this changes everything. The prosecution has claimed that the defendant was aiming to kill by stabbing. If that were true, delivering the final strike with the knife would be ideal. However, where and what was the defendant doing at the time? Squatting all the way by the folding screen? Maybe she was getting something to... maybe she was getting bandages or something that would be the equivalent of bandages. Exactly. If Maya Fey was the real murderer, why would she be by the folding screen instead of preparing to strike? Yeah. On further consideration, it does make very little sense. Yeah, I figured there had to be a reason. Figuring things out and proving the logic behind everything is your job. Yep. Alright, with this, the rest of the trial should be in the blast radius of disaster. You are such a smart man, Mr. Phoenix Wright. To think that you've been able to take a completely hopeless case to this point. Now I know why Papa had a tough time with you. You amuse me. All the things to inherit. Why did it have to be that smarmy smile? Detective! How dare you damage my perfect logic? Huh? How is this all my fault? You can start repairing your standing by first removing that 3-strand goatee. Oh, and rest assured your punishment will come later. Punishment? Now, Miss Francisca von Karma, why would you try and make Gumshoe remove what is apparently the best beard he can actually grow? That would be cruel. Also, there's slightly more than 3 strands here. Francisca, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least 10 strands of hair on his chin. Well then, Your Honour, I think I have had all I can take of this detective's face. I think it's time to call in the next witness. Next witness? That's got to be Lotta. Very well. The court will take a 5-minute recess. After we reconvene, we will hear from the next witness. While we're taking a recess, I'm going to go get myself some more water, and I will be right back. And I'm back. Let's get into this recess. June 21st, 11:37 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Phew, that was a close one. I know you were giving it your all to defend me, but I could feel the death penalty hanging in the air. I felt like I was pretty close to dying myself. But you were wonderful out there. You listened carefully, made theories, and tricked everyone into believing you. Thanks? Wait, tricked? That must be the lawyer's secret technique, right? By the way, is the next witness who I think it is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lotta Hart. Oh, guess there's no escaping her, huh? Remember, Nick, you promised you'd save me. If you lose, me and my sister's ghosts will come after you and haunt you. I mean, your sister's ghost is already haunting me, but, sure. Your sister? Oh, are you talking about Mystic Mia? Yeah, do you remember her, Pearly? My sister was a super good lawyer. She was also Nick's teacher. Oh, I didn't know that. June 21st, 11:43 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Now for the first order of... Yow! I don't want to hear it, old man. After I call my witness, sit there quietly and watch like a good little boy. Yes, sir. Bring in the photographer who witnessed the channeling. Witness, your name and occupation, if you please. Hiya, Phoenix. How you doing? Just fine. Sorry about that. Didn't exactly have a choice, you know. Yeah, howza. Name and occupation. I declare, what in tarnation? Hey, Judge, this here is violence against my fair self. That's fine. What? Judge? Judge, the prosecution is assaulting the witness. Physical assault. That's fine. That ain't fine. That's a whip. Yeah. There's no need for foolish outcries from foolishly foolish fools. Just hurry up and testify about what happened on the day of the murder. I haven't even gotten to say my name and job yet. The name's Lotta Hart, paranormal photographer, and I'm here to testify. Now, let's all be one big happy family, okay? I don't want to play Happy Families with Francesco. I don't think I'd be very happy. Only the doc and the defendant went into the channeling chamber. We were waiting outside the door, and then bang, we hear this gunshot. Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down, and we rushed into the room. Inside was the dead victim and the defendant waving a pistol around. I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in the room. And did you take a picture of the scene right after the murder took place?
Reckon course.
Excuse me?
Reckon course. It's short for you reckon? Of course I did.
Yeah. Does it look like I care? Just hurry up and show your picture to the court. Moments of truth. What will be in that picture?
Let's see here. This here is the picture.
Indeed. Why is Maya on this side of the room? It would certainly seem that only the defendant and the victim were in that room. There's space for a person behind here. Possibly two people, honestly. Lotta's photo added to the court record. A picture taken at the murder scene.
Are you ready, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I will clear all doubt about Maya through this cross-examination. Just watch me. Only the doc and the defendant went to the channel chamber. We were waiting outside, and then we hear this gunshots. We heard two, so press, please. Was it really a gunshot? Oop, no.
Are you insane? You must have heard it as well.
I mean, that's not what I was going to press her on, but I guess that's what Phoenix wants to do.
Yeah. Why don't you testify for the courts, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Was it really a gunshot?
Yes, I think it was something that sounded like a gunshot. Which doesn't necessarily mean it was actually a gunshot. In this case, it probably in fact was a gunshot. Why are we here listening to the defense testify? And the world becomes just a little crueler. I heard a gunshot a long time ago, so I know. And I tell you that was a gunshot I heard. I mean, you also heard the noise of a fast-flying, deflating inflatable hitting the water. Yeah, exactly, Drag. A gunshot is not two gunshots. Lotta.
Now this is where the story heats up.
Yeah, I really want you to testify about the fact there were two gunshots, Lotta. Oh well, I guess the game doesn't want that. So, let me get this straight. This Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down.
Honestly, Mr. Phoenix Wright, why don't you tell us what happened then?
Yes, Miss Von Karma, I broke the door down. Sorry. Does this feel like an inquisition?
No need for apologizing.
That was great. You're a real man. Oh, really? That's something I would have liked to see. The judge is smiling rather openly. I'll take that as a good sign.
And what did you see once you broke in?
Are you sure it was the defendant, Maya Fey?
Sure, I'm sure.
She just seems awful confident in her testimony. Press harder. Always press harder. Lotta, please, think back to that day one more time. What you getting at? Remember what you said when we broke into the room? I was murdered. Lotter, at a time like this? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she Maya? Yeah, you weren't certain about that, Lotta. When you saw the murderer at that time, you couldn't even tell if it was Maya Fey or not. Am I correct? Well, you see. Order! Miss Hart, you're here to present an accurate testimony. Yeah, sorry. Good, this shifts things back to my side. For a defense lawyer, your defense is terribly lacking, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Witness, think back to when those two entered the channeling chamber. When they entered? One of those people that entered the chamber was Maya Fey, correct? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was Maya that went in. Ooh. Wait a second. What if... I don't know how you make it work. I suppose you do. What if Maya was actually unconscious behind that screen, or was made unconscious and dragged behind that screen by someone who was dressed like her, as if she had been channeling the nurse, who then pretended to be her when we got there, and then was swapped out again by Morgan. The clothes swapped and everything. And the actual murderer hidden behind the screen. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna go with. The actual murderer was dressed like Maya and knocked Maya out. How would it explain the fingerprints? Well, if the actual murderer was wearing gloves, she could have just, like, placed the gun into the unconscious Maya's hand and got the fingerprints on it that way. I don't know. But, like, what if Maya accidentally got that bullet hole in her sleeve from being sprawled out behind the screen in the first place and not in front of it? I don't know. I don't know. It looks like we've come to a collective conclusion. The person in this picture is most certainly Maya Fey. See her face in that picture. Exactly. Rats, I'm trapped like one again. Are you absolutely certain of that? Sure am, but that old witch chases out of the room, so... Old witch? Does she mean Morgan Fey? But there was no one else in there, and you know it. The channeling chamber was very dark, almost pitch black. Was there really no one else in there? What about behind the folding screen? What about behind the folding screen? Did you check back there? Wreck given! Huh? What in the... Wreck given, you know, you reckon? That's a given. I took me a good look around the room once. There ain't no way that anyone was hanging out behind that folding screen. I don't believe you, Lotta. If I may have a word with you, Miss Hart. What? You got a problem? Wreck given. I mean, I am having a little difficulty in understanding you. If you would stop saying such things as reckon given. And so forth. Now then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you see a problem with the testimony or don't you? Her story adds up. What's worse, I was there at the scene of the crime with her. And her story is exactly how I would have told it too. Right, I want to look at that picture. So we have allegedly Maya plus gun. We have dude sprawled on the floor in a pool of his own blood. And like I can't really see anything else problematic in there. We haven't actually pressed this one, I don't think. Was it really only those two that went in? What are you blabbering about? You were there too, were you not? Yeah, but someone could have gone in there earlier in the day. Yeah. Why don't you answer that yourself? Was it really just the two of them? Yes. Dr. Gray and Maya were the only two that went into the room. At that time, Phoenix. Various of us went into the room before that time. Hold on. We can't have the defense testifying against its own client. Anyway, folks, only the two of them went into the channeling chamber, you hear? Just as I thought, there's nothing wrong with her testimony. I was with her, so I know she's telling the truth. Enough. It seems that there are no issues with Miss Hart's testimony. At the time of the crime, only two people were in the channeling chamber. The victim, Dr. Turner Gray, and the defendant, Maya Fay. The face of the defendant cannot be verified in this picture. However, if we think about the circumstances, it would have to be the defendant. What am I going to do if I just let this go? What is it, Mr. Wright? You look like you have something to say. If I make one wrong move, I'm going to have the judge against me. Is there anything I can present that would prove it's not Maya in that photo? I don't think I have anything, do I? Newspaper clipping. The guide map is not going to help me. The Magatama is not going to help me right now. Clipping number 2, no. The folding screen, not really. The key, the floor plans, the autopsy report. Pistol, knife, costume, the Lotta's photo. No, none of those help. So I guess I can't present anything yet. Well, Mr. Wright. Nothing, Your Honor. That's very smart of you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You really should give up trying to prove this is not my affair. I didn't say anything about giving up. I just don't have the right piece of evidence to prove my argument.
That's enough.
Is this it? Is this all I could do?
I think it is quite obvious to this court that a verdict of not guilty is not possible.
I told you. Totally, 100% impossible.
Miss Von Kalla, do you have any further questions for this witness?
Having established the defendant's guilt, further questioning won't be needed.
What about the defense? No further questions, I presume.
I won't protect Maya. The defense... Phoenix. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face. A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. Mia. I guess I made it just in time, wouldn't you say?
Wow, being channeled by Pearl this time. That is a serious build difference.
But Pearls? Her clothes are a bit small.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Anyway, what are you waiting for, Phoenix? Let's go. Oh, she's already taken away every advantage. The advantage is still in your hand. Think carefully one more time about what you saw in the channeling chamber. Do you remember what you told me yesterday?
Dr. Gray. I mean, we were told that Pearl is a genius at channeling, right? Plus, I mean, Mia sort of does it on her own, right? I think anyone with the slightest bit of skill in that regard is going to find themselves taken over by Mia when she needs to talk to me.
I was murdered.
What? Lotter at a time like this? Ah yeah, she's got at least 2 pictures, right? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots.
You see, there is one final piece to this puzzle. Mia? Question Lotta one more time, Phoenix. I don't know if she's doing it unconsciously on purpose, but she's not testifying truthfully.
Now then, this court would like to end the cross-examination period.
Please wait, Your Honor. The defense would like to request that the witness testify one more time.
Overruled. I'm afraid you're too late, Mr. Wright. The cross-examination has already ended. Furthermore, any unrelated...
It's fine, I'll allow another testimony. Von Kalla's case is perfect. Absolutely flawless. And what better time than this for you to see that?
But, I mean, I have some place I must go after this.
Judge, did you schedule a lunch meeting? You should know that these cases can take all day. Are you trying to skive off your job?
All right, I'll allow it. Miss Hart, hurry and give us another testimony.
Well, heck! What am I supposed to talk about?
Tell us once more, what happened when you burst into the channeling chamber? Okay, you got it. See, you got through to the judge somehow, right? Well, actually it was Von Karma's whip that got through to him. Witness's account, part 2. When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya. I was kind of scared of the dead body, so I didn't take a good look at it. I'm really bad when it comes to blood and ghosts and stuff. But I still managed to point my camera at Maya and take a shot. Nothing sounds different from before. Some parts of her testimony were very vague. I should press her on those sections. Struggle all you like and taste the bitterness of your defeat. Well, amuse me with your useless questions, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm waiting. The vague parts. All I could focus on was Maya. You would kind of see what she was kind of scared of the dead body. You're a paranormal photographer, Lotta. And even knowing that, you still persist in being a paranormal photographer? That's why I'm getting out of this here business. This gal's gonna get the dirt on the stars and be a tabloid photographer from now on. She goes through jobs faster than a baby through diapers. Yeah. Mr. Phoenix Wright, would it kill you to stay on topic for a change? Well, would it, Mr. Wright? Yes, actually. It would in fact kill me to stay on topic. Nice. Tag Team Men Stereo. Guess I should be grateful it's not in 5.1. Surround sound joke. 2, right? 2 what? 2 shots. You took 2 shots. But only 1 has been submitted as evidence. Miss Hart, where is the other picture you've been withholding? No, you got it all wrong. It's not me. I didn't mean anything bad. I know I can be a little mean, but I ain't evil. Well, at least she knows herself. Then why have you not shown this other picture to the court yet? Probably because Miss Franziska von Karma told her not to. Well, ain't it obvious? That prosecutor woman told me to shut my trap about it. What? Von Karma. Ms. Von Karma, you're hiding critical evidence? Unforgivable, Von Karma. Suppressing evidence like this? You're as bad as your father. Confront Franziska or leave her to the... Well, the judge isn't going to... We know this, Judge. I'm gonna have to do it myself. Your Honor, the defense asks that Prosecutor Von Karma be held in contempt of court. Wait, what was that? What? Well, yes. Me in contempt of court? You can't be serious. But you hid evidence from the court on purpose. That's not fair. Phoenix, are you a lawyer or a school child? Yeah, I was so angry I lost my composure. Miss Von Karma, would you care to explain yourself to this court? I thought this picture was not important and thus felt no need to submit it, that's all. how could you think? The pictures were more or less the same, so why bother with the second? I mean, it's just so much more trouble than it's worth for me to submit this as evidence. You should be doing your damn job, Von Karma. More trouble than it's worth? How can you see that? If you want to see it that badly, I'll submit it. Lotta's photo 2 added to the court record. Okay. Well, that's not Maya's face. I mean, that's the nurse's face. These pictures are hardly similar. What is this picture? It's obviously the second picture the witness took that day at the scene of the crime. Well, it's a little off-center, but that's what you get for the nervous amateur. I think the important point here is the person in this picture. This is most definitely not Maya Fey. Something's missing on that robe. That's true. You can't see the bullet hole. What is the meaning of this? This might be the break I was looking for. Now, should I or should I not insist that the person in this picture is not Maya? Well, I mean, it isn't. Even if it's her channeling it, technically. But also, that goes along with my theory of events. It is not, in fact, Maya. Your Honor? As you can plainly see, the person in the picture is not Maya Fey. Yes, I see that. When will technology advance to the point the pictures get coloured? Right? It's not just her face, her whole body has taken on a different appearance. There is only one conclusion that can be drawn then. That somehow, this other person snuck in and traded places with the defendant. Order! 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 Well, yes, I believe you are correct, Mr. Wright. The person who was inside the channeling chamber was not Maya Fey. Mia, we did it! You're too soft. You're softer than Aunt Morgan's strawberry desserts, Phoenix. Take a look at Prosecutor Von Karma's face. She's smiling. I think you had nothing into you to worry, Mr. Phoenix Wright. It's Von Karma. What do you mean by that? Your Honor, I would like for you to take a look at this picture. This was taken yesterday at the detention center's visitors' room. Oh, sneaky little... This is Mr. Phoenix Wright and the defendant Maya Fey during his visit. Maya Fey? But isn't this a totally different person? She looks this way because she's obviously in the middle of channeling a spirit. It's unbelievable. She She can... Yet it is the truth. When Mind Faye is in that state, she physically changes into the person she's calling. Which, once again, Judge, if you accept that as a fact, then I do need to point out to you that clearly the defendant didn't actually do the murdering and it was a ghost. You know, if you accept this, if you accept that this is a thing that happens, then you've really got to accept that the defendant didn't do it. Miss von Karma, a word if I may. Mia? Taking pictures of someone during a private visit is illegal. Surely you must know that that picture can't be submitted as evidence. Obviously I know this picture is illegal. But I never intended to submit it as evidence in the first place. Yeah, you just planned to use it to mess with the judge. What is she? From the moment I showed this picture to the court, this case became all mine. After all, this image has now been forever burned into the judge's mind. Judge, I call for a mistrial. I'm pretty sure I need a new judge. I don't even have a single witty line. It looks like we've been had. I don't claim to understand this and still cannot believe it. Are you saying that this person is the defendant Maya Faye? If I give up here, the trial will end. But if I slip up and say something wrong, it'll cost me. Is there any way I can prove that the person in this photo isn't Maya? Well, yes, we can point out that the bullet hole is not in the clothes. And that's the only thing we've got. Your Honor? Fire has returned to your eyes, I see. This picture. Within this picture lies a critical contradiction to all the testimony up until now. A contradiction? So, you think you've spotted a problem with this picture? Then earn your keep. Why don't you point out exactly what is so strange to the court? Over here, in this corner. Please direct your attention here. To the sleeve? But there isn't anything odd about it. Precisely. Which actually means that part of my theorizing was incorrect. So the clothes weren't swapped between the murderer and the defendant then. But somehow the blood was put onto them. Put onto Maya's, I guess. And that is exactly what is so odd. Something that should be there is suddenly missing. Should be there. Yeah! There was a bullet hole in the sleeve of the There was a bullet hole in the sleeve of the defendant's costume. In that case, it should be in this picture as well. Miss von Karma, you intended to hide this valuable piece of evidence? You will most certainly be assigned a penalty for this. Alright, this should do some major damage to her argument. Don't celebrate yet.
don't like to bring down the mood, don't you? Take a look at Miss Von Karma's face. She's smiling again, isn't she? She's got that condescending grin plastered all over her face again. Jumping the gun again, I see, Your Honor. I would like to extend an apology on behalf of those incompetent fools. What do you mean? And what incompetent fools? Yeah, I was thinking the blood was kind of weird, but it does look like... If we just try and work it out from the black and white going into colour, it's just this part of the robe here. It's not the... it's the underrobe we don't have in evidence. But equally, yeah, why is the blood here and here? You're right. Why is the blood on the outside of her tip? Really weird positioning. If those fools down at the precinct hadn't missed the bullet hole, I would have gotten a report about it. As I didn't, I could not have known that this picture was of any value to the case. How about you don't just rely on police reports and actually look at the evidence yourself, Miss Francisca Von Karma? I see. She's lying through her teeth, I know it. Woman knew about everything. Bullet hole, the picture, everything. But you can't prove that. Well, I can point out that she should know, because she should have looked at the evidence herself and done her damn job. Francisca Von Karma's idea of a perfect case is quite fascinating, don't you think? Your Honor, you need not worry. If you must assign a penalty, I'll personally make sure that detective gets what's coming. I'm sure there will be a great gnashing of teeth at his next salary discussion. Oh, come on, you can't cut Gumshoe's salary even further. I don't think you're even paying him minimum wage. Or you probably are only paying him minimum wage. How can a channel Spirit Mia read our minds? I think it's less reading our minds and more that Phoenix has a very expressive face. Because he does. Poor Gumshoe. In any case, this is a very big problem. When the defendant was taken into custody, her costume had a bullet hole in its sleeve. However, from this photo it would appear that right after the shooting there was none. The judge is confused by this strange twist of events. This is your chance, Phoenix. Load all you've got into this one shot, alright? Got it. Watch this, Maya. Your Honor? There's only one logical explanation for the contradiction. The shooter's someone else. The bullet hole was made later doesn't really help us. The picture is a fake doesn't really help us. The shooter is someone else. The defendant's sleeve had a bullet hole in it. However, this person's clearly does not. There can only be one explanation. The person who shot Dr. Gray was not the defendant, but a different person altogether. What? Order! 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 If order is not restored, I will suspend this trial. Ow! Ow! Why me? This argument is a complete mess. A complete mess? I fail to see how. Please enlighten us. Hey, witness! Yeah. What the heck? Is there any way to ask a gal a favor? Be quiet, you! You were the one who said this was that it was only the two of them when you entered the room. Well, you know, if you were lying, I swear that my whip will be the last thing you see. Judge, the prosecutor is threatening to kill the witness. I'm pretty sure she should be arrested. Kill or blind? Look, sis. You're looking mighty scary, so why don't we see you? I swear I wasn't lying or nothing. There wasn't anyone else in there, honest. You see? Now riddle me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Where'd the defendant vanish to? And where did this other woman appear from? Behind the screen. Fun Kalla. Have you been paying attention? Why is it lately all I want to do is cry? Well, the person in this picture is not the defendant. Then this poses two very big questions. First, where did the defendant vanish to? And second, where did this person come from? That's right! Now hurry up and answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright! Come on, you can't fall apart here, Phoenix Wright. I can't believe that even Mia's calling me by my full name. But I mean, how am I supposed to prove something like this? Had enough yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What do you think you have enough in you to turn things around even now? To turn things around? That's right. Mia would always turn things around and change her perspective. Phoenix? So, where did this intruder appear from? And where did Maya disappear to? I need to look at this situation from a different angle. Let's see. What if before we broke in, the third person was already in the room? And what if Maya had left that room somehow? If I could prove that either one of those conditions were true... Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've come up with. I think what happened before we forced our way into the channeling chamber is... a third person had entered it. It's gotta be that one, right? It doesn't make sense for Maya to have left the room, or at least not voluntarily. And I mean, yes, I can't completely explain it right now, but I don't think that's... I'm pretty sure that's the wrong thing. Why would Maya have left the room? I don't really see why Maya would have left the room. Yeah, I guess a third person had entered it? I'm gonna just save, because I I think I'm running low on thingies. Your Honor, I would like to present some evidence. I have proof there was someone else in the room before the murder took place. Yeah, but I'm guessing there must be another... There must be another door. Maybe. Like, maybe behind that folding screen there's a door. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I can't prove that someone else was in the room before the murder took place, though. I mean, the thing is the key. Because I don't remember who had it. I don't remember who locked that door. And from what side. But the only thing we possibly have that could prove someone else could be in the room is the key, except that I don't remember exactly how the locking happened. I don't remember if Maya had that key, or if Morgan had that key. Well, I hope Phoenix remembers. Please take a good look at this. Okay. I've already seen it. Thank you. And what is the purpose of this item? Don't you see, Your Honor? This is clearly the wrong thing. I don't think you actually see what you're doing. I think this is the court that should be sighing at you, Mr. Wright. Well, I guess Maya left the room with the key then. Think it over again. Maya had left the room then. Maya had left the channeling chamber at some point. And the defense can prove this. Oh, how a foolish fool makes a foolish face while dreaming foolishly foolish dreams. Maya Fey was being looked after by her aunt, Morgan Fey. The chances of her leaving the crime scene is lower than that detective's salary. She wasn't being looked after by Morgan until after we broke in, Bunkama. I'm talking about before we broke in. Anyway, let's see some evidence. Prove that from the murder until the time of arrest, the defendant had left the room. From the murder. The key, I guess. Miss Hart, do you remember this key? Well, I've seen it. Hey, that's the channeling chamber key, right? Before the channeling started, Maya locked the door from the inside with that. Okay, it was Maya who locked the door. Yes, so it has to be that Maya left the room then if the key was found somewhere that wasn't the room. Yeah, you see, I'd forgotten that part, so I wasn't sure which way round we were going. The defendant has self-locked the door. Yeah, that's why we all couldn't get the door open. That key's the only one of its kind, after all. Oh, one of a kind, you say? Wait, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes? Looks like she's catching on. I'm afraid to ask, but why is that key currently in your possession? Yes, because surely if it was on Maya when she was arrested, it would be in the police's possession. What do you mean? If Maya Fey locked herself in, then the key should have been with her. Yes, agreed. However, she did not have the key at the time of her arrest. Well, ain't that a kick? So how come you're holding it? I got this as a present from a certain little girl. And that little girl was nowhere near the crime scene at the time. That's preposterous! This means that Maya Fey must have left the room. If she had not, then I would not be holding this key you see before you. And if there was a way for Maya to leave the room, there was a way for someone else to enter it. Right? It seems we have come to an impasse. This picture has clearly captured the face of the murderer. However, is this person the defendant or not? The defense is arguing that this person is not the defendant. Furthermore, as proof, this key has been submitted as evidence. Ms. von Karma, how can this be? At this point in time, a verdict on the defendant's guilt is not possible. My perfect case? How is there a flaw in my perfect... Don't think you've won yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I am a prodigy. I have never lost a case. Well, maybe you should. Feels like it would be an important learning experience for you. And I don't intend to lose here in this courtroom to a fool like you. I don't care what I have to do. I will get my guilty verdict. That's enough. If you would like to continue, do so in the lobby. Court will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. That is all. Court is adjourned. June 21st, 1:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Oh, it was you, Pearl? You summoned my sis? Yes, I felt I had no choice. Great going, Pearly. I knew you were special. Hey, Nick, did you know? Yeah. It's not like anyone else in there could have done that. Nick? I know you're trying really hard and all, but I really don't remember ever leaving that room. And I don't think that a third person could have gone into that room. Yeah. Well, at least we have until tomorrow to figure things out. Like what happened in that room, for instance. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Be the two of you. Oh, by the way, Nick, do you think you could take Pearly back home for me? Sure. Alright, girls. You ready to go buy some tickets? Huh? Ticket. Poor thing, so sheltered. Well, she's about to learn what a train is. And how to catch it. Save. June 21st.
3:24 p.m. Karain Village. Thank you very much for bringing me home, Mr. Nick. You're welcome. I had to come and look into a few things here today anyway. I thought about this a little. If Mystic Maya didn't kill that nice man... She definitely didn't. Yes, of course. But if she didn't, then someone else did, right? Yeah, that's how it works. That murderer person. Yes, Pearls. Oh, I see. I wonder what's wrong. She seems sad. So, what did you think of seeing your first trial? I was really surprised. I'd never seen so many people before. Oh. And Mystic Maya looked so small and helpless. Well, Maya's already naturally short, so... And that's the woman with the ruffly clothes. Ruffly. Oh, she means Francisca. She had such a bad attitude. She acted like she'd already decided that Mystic Maya did it. I'm gonna tell her what I think of her tomorrow. I wouldn't miss tomorrow's trial for the world. Why was that woman bullying Mystic Maya? Well, she's the opposite of a lawyer, a prosecutor. So her job is to prove people guilty. They don't care if someone's innocent. All they care about is if they win. Oh. But she's a really good prosecutor. But she's really a good prosecutor with a heart on the inside, right? Maybe? There's no one like that. All prosecutors are the same. Phoenix! Edgeworth has a good heart on the inside. Well, he might have become a good guy, eventually. He? Who are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Is it that person Mystic Maya was talking about? Mr. Edgeworth? That was a long time ago. He's not around anymore. Huh? He clutched onto his foolish pride too fiercely and died for it. He died? I don't remember Edgeworth dying. Oh, that's too bad. I don't remember Edgeworth dying. Is that something we're going to learn later in this game? Yeah, I thought it hadn't been that long. By the way. Yes? What is it? You wouldn't happen to know anything about who the murderer is, would you? What are you asking me? No, I was just thinking earlier. I didn't see anything. She didn't see anything, huh? Speaking of that, during the murder, where was Pearls and what was she doing? On top of that, this key. Just when did she pick this up? I just realized I never asked you what you were doing at the time of the crime. Pearls? Where were you and what were you doing when the murder happened? Ah! Oh, what was I doing? I wasn't doing anything. She's really bad at lying. You can whisper it to me. I won't tell anyone else, I promise. Ooh, 2 Cyclops. Ah! Guess you can see through my lie, huh? Yeah, clearly. I can't lie to you, can I, Mr. Nick? Pearl's alibi. Pearl? You have to tell me what you were doing when the murder happened, okay? Just tell me what happened. Then I'll guess what happened. How does that sound? What? Do You'll tell me if I guess something right, won't you? Yes. Now, when the murder was taking place, you were here, right? Ooh. Let's think. I kind of want to say she was here in the garden. I mean, we could say she was at the back of the channeling chamber, that's also an option. I guess that makes more sense. Why is this still from the same from when I was in court? I don't get a refill? The range is somewhere from here round to here, I think. This somewhere in this sort of area. Pearl, please tell me you weren't back here. I'm pretty smart, Pearls. I know you were right here. No, I wasn't. Huh? I'm wrong? Oh, I feel a little better. Oh, I feel a little warmer from embarrassment. I'd better try again. So, in the garden? Okay. Were you in the winding way? You were here, weren't you, Pearls? In the winding way. Wow! You got it! So, do you think you can tell me now? I'm sorry. Not yet. Man, oh man. Alright, what next? Okay, I think I know what you were doing there. Do you really know that much? Well, I am a lawyer, you know.
Now, what was it Pearl was doing in the Winding Way? This is something we don't have evidence for right now. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Yeah, let's go to the Winding Way. June 21st, Fey Manor Meditation Room. It's really empty. Training was supposed to be held today. But I guess it's already over. June 21st, Fey Manor, Winding Way. Looks like there's no one here. And even though the weather is gorgeous today, it's raining inside my heart. Incinerator? It's a small incinerator. I don't think garbage trucks go all the way out here to tiny villages like this. So every family has to burn their own trash. A splendid garden with a small lamp and traditional decorations. It's a bit small to walk around in. Although that incinerator piques my curiosity. It's a really old urn. There are the ashes of a person long dead inside. It looks like something with a long history. Other than that, it's not very interesting, so time to move on. That's the side room. Looks like guests can use it as a place to take a break when they feel tired. Come on, there's got to be something in here, right? Maybe not? June 21st, Fey Manor side room. The bedding is all laid out today, too. Guess I'll leave them alone for now. I keep wondering about this box. I'm sure it wasn't here before the murder took place. I'm also certain about that too. I don't think it was here that day at all. It looks like a box for storing clothes, but it's pretty big for just clothes. It's mostly empty, but a few folded pieces of channeling costumes sit at the bottom. That means there's more channeling costumes. Excuse me. Who am I talking to? There's no one here. It's still charming to see a real sliding door like this in person. From here I can see the Winding Way and the little garden in the courtyard. It's a small alcove. I have no idea what it's supposed to mean or symbolize. If one of these in the office, it would end up as storage space. But here it's decorated with some pretty flowers and a beautiful hanging scroll. And the bear, we've read that's enough. Wait, what? It's even here. So does that mean it's easy to spot bears here and for them to spot you? Yeah, probably. I mean, you want the bear to spot you because generally speaking, it's probably going to run away from you. What you don't want is to come across a bear up close that hasn't spotted you in advance, right? Alright, what have I got in the court record? Why was Pearl in the Winding Way? Is it related to the Is it related to the key? Because we haven't found anything else. So maybe it is the key. When the murder was taking place, she was in the winding way. What was Pearls doing in the winding way? It seems to be the only relevant thing, and we haven't found anything else. It's probably not the knife. The key? So? I feel just a little better. Huh? You are a liar, but you're also just a person after all. Oof. Oof. Sorry, I'll get it right this time. Okay, I think... if we can't find anything here and we don't have a good thing, then maybe we need to present her with some stuff. Like ask her where the key came from. Or ask her if she recognizes the knife. Or... those are the only things that really make sense. About this key, Pearls. You found it on the day of the murder, right? Yes. Now, where you found this key is very important. So please tell me, Pearls, where did you find this? I found it in the incinerator. The incinerator? Is she talking about the one in the garden? The door on it was a little open, so I took a peek. When was that? It was after the channeling, when everyone was in a panic. Mr. Nick? Yes? Are you going to tell my mother? Huh? You mean tell Morgan what you did? Yes, if she finds out I was playing in the leftover trash, I'll get a spanking. Ah, gotcha. Well, let's keep it a secret from her then, alright? The incinerator, huh? Sounds like a good place to search next. Right, okay. Now we can go and take a poke around, I guess. June 21st, Fay Manor, Winding Way. Hey, there's someone by the incinerator. There's also a piece of purple cloth sticking out of it. Oh, looks like they've noticed me. And are now running at top speed towards me. You're that dentist guy. Actually, it's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nice to see you again. Ooh, like a real suave. So, it's like my turn? It's nice to see you too. So, what's up? You're all out of breath. You mean, like, I'm just totally happy and, like, totally excited to be here? Excited? Like, I mean, there are so many things to, like, see. It's like the real deal here. Oh, really? For example?
example, like that urn over there. Do you, like, know about it?
All I see is an old cracked piece of pottery. Well, tell me about the urn. Is there some sort of legend connected to that urn?
Like, yeah, it's like this village's treasure.
Huh. Didn't know that.
And like, it's sealed inside that urn.
It's... What are you talking about?
Like, you know, Amy Faye's spirit.
Is it now? Amy Faye? Who's that?
Like, geez, Mr. Smith, get with the program. Everyone knows the lady that founded the Korean channeling technique was Mystic Amy.
You don't have to get upset with me.
So, like, as long as her spirit, like, lives in that urn, the spiritual power of the Faye family will stick around. Like, isn't that totally romantic?
Yeah, why would you seal a spirits? Isn't that usually for dangerous spirits? Romantic, huh? If that urn really is as important as she says, it could be a vital clue. Innie, I want to ask you about the murder.
Murder?
Dr. Gray's, remember? As if there's another one.
Oh, that one! Like, you should have said so in the first place. So, like, I totally don't know anything because I was, like, sleeping in the side room.
Well, that's not much help. Did you notice anything at all?
Like, come on! What a total bore! I, like, totally have nothing to do with this, like, murder thing.
Oh yeah, you only introduced Dr. Gray to Karain Village. No relation, sure. Even if you were only acquaintances, that still means you knew him. Furthermore, your sister who died in that accident was a nurse at his clinic. Alright then, why don't you tell me about your sister's fatal accident?
Like, why? You think, like, it's got something to, like, do with the murder?
Yes, it's a motive, Innie! I don't know yet, but I'm trying to chase down every lead I can. Ah, Cyclops time. 2 of them. Cyclops?
Like, what is it?
Looks like I'm going to need something to pry her mouth open on this one. Before that, this is totally suspicious. That's right. Pearl said she found this key inside the incinerator. I guess I should take a look inside for myself. This is from Maya's costume. There's blood on it. Tiny bit, but still. Cloth scrap added to the court record. Unburned remains found inside the garden incinerator. A small amount of blood is on it. There we go. That's where the other blood-stained channeling robe went to. The one that the murderer actually used. So, someone tried to burn this. And this key was also found in there.
I get the feeling this incinerator played a crucial part in this murder. So there's a spirit in this urn, huh? All I see is a bunch of cracks. But I guess maybe the spirit could live in the space between the cracks. Looks like something's written on it. I am? Huh. Weird. Sacred urn added to the court record. Ami Faye's spirit is sealed within. It's chipped and cracked all over. Yeah, why would it say I am and not Ami in this case? Right, I want to see what sort of thing I need to break the psych lock. Please tell me about the traffic accident. Like whose accident? Your sister's accident, naturally! Oh, yeah! So, like, that Dr. Grey guy made my sister fall asleep? And, like, that's all I have to say about that. Interesting. Innie just asked, whose accident? Which means she must know something about another person's accident. Alright, let's change the topic then. How about you tell me about a certain other person's accident? Huh? Another person's accident? Like, you got someone in mind? Someone else. Someone else who had an accident. I mean, Maya Fey was not an accident. Welcome back, Nick. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Someone with an accident, and whatever Pearl was doing in the winding way while the murder was going on. I mean, I guess we've got that scrap of cloth now, which could be a what. But why would Pearl be No, Pearl would not be allowed to incinerate things, and Pearl got the key out of the incinerator, which means the incinerator wasn't on at the time. We've got to see. You know what? Maybe I should go and ask Pearl about this urn. She'll know things about it. Or ask her about this. Yeah. Nope. Okay, this one. I'm sure it is helpful to you in some way, but I'm still in training, so I don't know anything about it. You should know things about this. Let's actually ask her about the knife. I've seen this knife before. Really? Where? kitchen. Oh, that's right. This knife belongs to the Fays. I'll skin and cut up some apples for you later, Mr. Nick. Okay, thanks. We've asked her about the key. Excuse me. Well, maybe I should go and ask Eni about some things. You were over by the incinerator, Eni. Could you tell me about this? Like, I'm really sorry, but... And I know, like, you totally had your heart set on it, but I can't, like, take it. Who said anything about giving this to you? Nope, you're not going to tell me anything about that either. What about the knife? Nope. What about the gun? The key? There's nothing new in the side room, is there? No. We haven't been in the channel. I keep forgetting to go in the channeling chamber. June 21st, Fae Manor Channeling Chamber. Looks like Morgan's here too, but she hasn't noticed me yet. What is she doing? It looks like she's talking to a picture. Don't you see? Take a look around. Finally, my chance has come. I've waited for this day for so long. That's right. Prepare yourself, dear Misty. Well, that's Maya and Mia's mum, Misty. Okay. What in the... Who's there? Oh, if it isn't Mr. Wright. Just curious, but that picture you were just looking at? Oh, today was that event, was it not, good sir? I heard you did well. Yes. Thank you. I'm terribly sorry I could not attend the trial today. Please accept my apology. I had previous engagements as I had to watch over the trainees' training today. I get the sense she really doesn't want to talk about the picture. All because the master can't be here with us, you understand. And that is why a lowly branch family member such as myself must do this. Ah, you're loving it, really, aren't you? Have you remembered anything about the murder? No, I told you everything I know already. Were you in this room the whole time Lotta and I went to call the police? Yes, of course. I was by Mystic Maya's side the entire time. I performed the spirit severing technique and held her in my arms afterward. You said that yesterday as well. Did anything else happen? I would like to say more did, however, that is all that occurred. I was really hoping for some new info. I suppose nothing happened in the end, good sir. Sorry to have played on your hopes.
Could you possibly be more patronizing? So, do the students train every day?
Yes, absolutely. They were given a day off the day after the murder, of course, however.
And I assume both Maya and Pearls went through this training?
Mr. Wright!
Yes! Yes! Wow, she got real scary real fast.
How many times must I tell you before you understand, good sir? They are to be addressed as Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl.
Sorry, I meant Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl. Wait, I'm sorry, Mystic Pearl? Isn't that going a bit too far?
Next question, please.
Oh man, she's really being a pain in the butt about this.
Please remember to watch not only what you say, but how you say it, good sir.
Alright, so the master is Maya's mother, right?
Mystic Misty. She is a brilliant medium.
And where is she now?
We are not sure.
Not sure?
About 16 or 17 years ago, Mystic Misty failed at channeling a certain spirit. And after that, she simply disappeared. I don't believe she will return to this village in any case.
Wait, how old was Maya when that happened? Very, very young!
And in 4 years' time, her name will be forever erased from this village.
Oh? Erased?
The person who has been away from the village for over 20 years is considered dead.
Oh, I see.
And that is 4 years from now for her. When that happens, a new master will be appointed to Karain village. And Mystic Maya was supposed to become the next master. However, with this murder, I'm afraid...
I must be imagining things. I thought she was laughing to herself for a second there. Oh, she absolutely is. She is way too happy about the prospect of Maya being arrested for murder. She is angling for, positions. I'm guessing that she herself can't be declared the new master, but Pearl probably could be. What if the master is known to be dead before 20 years have passed? Well, I assume that if they actually died, and you knew it, then you assign a new master as it was. I assume. Is there anything I could present to her for questions? Yeah, can I ask her about the key?
This is the key to this room.
That's right.
But why do you have it, good sir?
That I'm not telling.
Return it at once!
I can't. It's evidence, after all. I think she knows exactly how important this key is to this murder. What is this feeling I'm getting from her? It feels... I can't describe it. Yeah, Morgan would have a lot of power if her underage daughter was master, right?
There are 6 parts to the Karain sacred writings. To think that this valued treasure of our village and Mystic Maya were both shot by a gun.
Well, that's...
Even if it was something that occurred during a channeling, it is an unforgivable act. What else do we have? I can ask her about the knife. Nope. That's going to be the nope. We could ask her about the costume. That is Mystic Maya's costume, isn't it? It's a shame. I never thought anything like that would happen to her. But we don't know that it was Maya that did it. Oh, poor Mystic Maya. Do you ever listen to anyone other than yourself? Kind of feels like it might be a bad idea to ask her about this. At least before I get it properly submitted as evidence. But maybe I can ask her about the importance of the sacred urn. No, I can't. Oops. Accidentally went into it twice. Maybe I should ask her about this. Nope. Okay. This folding screen is really showing its age. Yeah, we've already read that part. There's some empty space behind the folding screen. The light of the candles can't reach back here, so it's completely dark. There wasn't anyone back here at the time of the murder, or that's what Lotta testified in court. I knew I should have taken a look. You can always count on Lotta to make things hard. That's the same text as before. That's the same text as before. That's the same text as before. Well, I guess I'll pick up trying to figure out how to get through these cyclops next time. Looking at the time, I should probably call it for the day. So, thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. This was the streaming schedule for this channel goes up both on social media and here on YouTube in the community tab. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later. Assuming I remember to put it up today. It might be up tomorrow, who knows? And as Jag has successfully guessed, the next stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM, for some more My Next Life as a Villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom, Pirates of the Disturbance. It might be the last stream for that game, I think. So, we'll see. Hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya! Bye bye!